And afternoon, everyone, or morning, wherever you are. Well, we're back here in Favnir. So yeah, we're going to continue the MSQ. So last, it was over there. Last session, we managed to bring down the tower, and we managed to get through the first dungeon. So we're actually picking up directly after that point. As you can see, the next quest is the Jewel of Favnir. So we're going to get right in. I hope everyone's having a good time. Also, I know... Thank you for the resub, Thulhu.
Hello.
I forgot I had text-to-speech on that one. But thank you for the 2 months resub. That's... You're stuck at work. Oh, no. Well, as far as I'm aware, like, I'm pretty sure you're really far ahead of me in the MSQ, so none of this should hopefully be spoilers, I hope. I mean, we continue until 6 PM tonight, so... Okay, that's good. Yeah, we're continuing until 6 p.m. So that's at least 6.5 hours on the stream. Take a quick drink before we start. But thank you for the 2 months resub. Had enough rest, have you? You never were one for being idle. No, because you guys keep running me ragged. Right, Vashan bade us come to Megaduta at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait, on second thought, you and Asinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour by the great work. We left Graha in the alchemist's care. You see, best fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Oh no. Just you and me then. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through. I should probably also... So we need to head there. I should probably go and get... what is it? Palika's stand? It's the last one I need for this area. And then I should probably also start looking into getting ether currents at some point. Actually, let me switch to my more streamlined HUD. So 90% of my screen isn't taken up by HUD elements. Okay, am I heading in the right direction? That is the question. Sort of, I need to head over here. Is the stream running a bit smoother today than it was the other day? Oh, no, I am not getting involved in a fate. Nope. Nope. Fuck off. Okay, I do want to fight these guys at some point. Oh, no, fuck off. God damn it. Okay, I'm not being chased, am I? Oh, really? I've always been able to jump off these things before. Why are they stopping me now? Because I have to go past all of these. And potentially die. Have they finally learnt the lesson and went... Oh, that's a later area? Oh, so I can't go to that area yet? Oh, okay, so that explains why I can't go down there and get the Etherite then. Okay, we'll head over to... Okay, I need to go to that triple triad match at some point. Okay, we'll go to Radzadhan for now. Okay, Final Fantasy VII music, I love you, but... Okay, I'll come back for you later. That is Giant Skull Grounds, okay. So that's where I went and got the Giant Skull the first time. I might come back here and get some Giant Skull once I level up a miner high enough to get one. To get it. I think they said it's really good for alchemists, that stuff. So I should make a pretty penny on that. Ah, Honoured Scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in the city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps should be glad to assist you. Throw a bomb. Okay, so Estinian. There have been to Rajasthan before. This place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from this sentry at the fountain. Lead the way and don't expect him to act as your tour guide like certain others. Okay, that's the only thing I don't like about this current expansion is the company quests. Attentive Radiant. Master Endale, I presume. I understand you are here for an audience with the Satrap. If you require directions to Megaduta, I should be glad to provide them. Satrap residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Rajasthan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaars in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed, and the Aetherite disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to the fountain, then continue left. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you'll emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed through the large door on the right, and you will arrive at Rivera Fibers. Within, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we heads up. Sounds straightforward enough. Yeah, you say that, Estinian, but I like the concept of NPCs following you. I should probably pay attention to where I'm actually running at, now that I think about it. Yeah, it's a cool concept. It's just, I do like to have a bit more control and not have to constantly babysit these guys, or at least give me access to the Aetherites. Like the Sharlayan ones, I already went and unlocked all the Aetherites. Okay, this guy. Watchful Radiant. Heading to Megaduta, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Rivera Fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. So we said to the right. Discuss the vibrant textiles. Favnarian weave. Hard to imagine more vibrant stuff. I dare say Emmerich would be partial to the gold thread and the blue, of course. He loves his blue. I've never put much thought into what I wear. A spare set of clothing is usually all I carry. And if that isn't enough, I can always obtain something locally. Well, considering we never see you in anything but that armor, so... Here it is, Vigilant Radiant. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Megaduta. Now, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend the steps and then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. So when does the Aetherite become available? Discuss Dharma. I remember passing by here with Vashan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life is yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to hamster myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavourful. Ah, okay. So it's like Yulmore then. Oh god. The hamster wasn't happy with that. Okay, so they said cross the bridge and it's there. I wonder if I can actually activate the Etherite shard, the Ethernet shards though. Can I at least attune to them? Yes, I can. Okay, good. Now have Ethernet access to Megaduta. The Megaduta attendant. Recently, welcome Megaduta. May I inquire about your business? We are members of the Signs of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Ah, of course, we were expecting you. I'll show you to the audience chamber if you would please follow me. Is the... I forgot to ask. When you said think it is, was that you saying about the stream is better today? Like less laggy or... Okay, that's good. So, putting it into windowed mode and using window capture is better than using game capture then, it seems.
Are we the last to arrive? I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
I mean, what he did was foolish, but you gotta give credit where credit is due. G.O.S.H did save everyone, which is good.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
I think that's just Indian culture in general. Food really good. A lot of flavour.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Why is it though? Since this expansion has started, G.O.S.H has sort of like turned from the like just a pure fanboy from Shadowbringers into a lot more self-sure. And considering this is supposed to be taking place literally directly after Shadowbringers, that sudden change in him just makes no sense to me. Like, surely your personality doesn't change that quickly.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude.
I'm just sitting here because I'm assuming this is the dragon that Dale was going on about. Oh, another feathery bastard. Yeah, I cannot see any feathers.
You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales.
Oh. So we're going to be able to outfit the Eorzean Alliance then. Oh, shit.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia.
Okay, where's that?
Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
Where's Alchemia? They're giving us names, but not actually telling us where they
We
are.
humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzat Khan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Well, I mean,
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment, a mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
ah, okay.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragon Song War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made.
Oh.
In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Yeah, I'd like to know as well.
Nay, when war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
So not much then.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom we must look for answers.
And I doubt she's going to give us any. She's been very secretive thus far.
Seek you to divine the will of this star. If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsormr did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydralyn does strive toward, 'Tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment.
He's going to have to speak to his father, isn't he?
There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
So I've not seen Midgard's Zone for a while.
In accordance with the covenant he forged with Hydralin, the stewardship of this star hath ever been his purpose. Silence in the face of thine actions is the greatest sign of his approval. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsormr's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence.
You might have selected the other option, maybe. Did you select the we cross paths rather than the I've not spoke to him for some time? Oh, don't show me all the people that have died already. Oh, that's weird. Ah, I've not done the Omega thing. I've not done any of the Omega stuff yet.
Protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
Oh dear.
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
That doesn't sound good. That's making me think that all the Scions are going to die. I've never liked it when they've said, oh yeah, come back and we'll toast your triumph. Because that normally means that people are going to die. Like I said, they kill off the twins, there will be a riot. I will start a riot if they kill off the twins. So what were you and Vitra talking about? Nothing very well if you say so. Yeah, I think I'd rather keep this one quiet. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. Where is the High Crucible? You're giving me names and I have no... Isn't that the loaf that is known for being the most bland and horrible bread you can get in Eorzea? Why are you giving it to me? Like, wasn't this the thing where the Warrior Light specifically stated he didn't want it going into that cookbook? Terran was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the Mulberry Orchard. Okay. Mulberry Orchard, over the bridge. Okay. From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. I'll quickly grab this Ethernet while I'm there. And here we go. Okay, where to next? Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead, then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it doesn't compare to Radzatan. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. Crystarium wasn't that difficult to really navigate. Crystarium is definitely 10 times easier to navigate than Uldar. I still live by my Lalafell tendencies where I literally just jump everywhere. Here's the Aetheryte Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here, we just need to cross to the other side of the hall, then pass through the larger two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the warding scales. Come, let us join them. I know technically they said it's been switched off, but let me just try. According to the message on the base, the Aetheryte has been temporarily disabled. Okay. And I'm assuming this is the High Crucible, yes. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for.
Oh. Oh, those are nice boxes, actually.
Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, That they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Oh.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations.
That sounds like a plan. Well, I think bring the spires down
Of course,
first.
we would need to consult with various alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Go on then.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Hey, she's back.
Dana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption.
Alize.
It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
The talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Oh.
Look at that! Its color is completely changed.
I'm assuming that means happiness.
How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
Akasha?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though,
Okay.
of course, oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether.
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows.
Okay, this is a new
Akasha,
concept.
on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities.
You mean limit
Is
break?
a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
Is she on about limit breaks?
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense. You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Charlian then?
I wonder what it'll change to later on in the story. Will it change to blood red when we get to Garlemald?
Our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
When do I ever get sleep with you guys? Literally every bloody second of the day I'm chasing after primals. And saving the world. So I'm pretty sure the only time I ever actually got sleep was when I was either knocked unconscious at the end of Shadowbringers. Oh, okay, that's... Yep. Stand up. Yeah, so the only time I think I've ever got sleep in this game, like, legitimately, was when we were at the Crystarium. And that's it. I don't think my character has ever actually been able to get any sleep before then. Or after. Because he's always running around, day in, day out, chasing after primals, stopping, well, crushing Imperial armies to help a rebellion. Or stopping Imperial armies trying to invade Eorzea. Okay, be quick cryo. Wait, hold on, is cryo out here? So according to this, oh, she's down here. It's good to be back and with the fruit of our labours safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Franco suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Oh yeah, and I've also got a little bit of rest here as well. Well, it isn't much. I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating deiform entities. So would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Okay. I'm assuming it's going to be a cutscene. Yes, it is. I wonder if it's voiced. Oh, the unending journey. So I'm assuming I'm going to have to write my thesis. Oh, it's back to grey.
Take heart and protect them well.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Why am I not... Why do I not want to eat Sharlayan food? After everything I've heard about Sharlayan food, I'm now like, no. Why do you look like a sim eating?
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well.
Let me guess, he chose not to come.
But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Sharlayan cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh,
He has
I don't know
taste.
about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What?
It's really weird seeing Crow without
Brooding stare.
the hood on.
Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Sharlayan feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
It is really weird seeing Crow without the hood up.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Because Heidelin is dying?
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Radzat-Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt. The relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon.
Is he going to accidentally pick up the pickle?
Path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Telopheroi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of
Please tell me he picks
struggles,
up the pickle.
we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won, perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day. Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Oh, okay.
To put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion.
She's offering him the cookie and he doesn't take it.
They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
How do you think the Lalafels must feel? Oh, Pickle's still there. Okay, the moon isn't glowing with its radiance from before.
I'm not that ambitious. But it is pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Alize just doesn't care. Oh, it's green. I'm assuming that means happiness? He's not juicy anymore.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak?
Did they change Van
Something in
Daniel's
fur,
voice
fashioned
actor for
from
this?
The skins of your enemies, or well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavner has been toppled, and I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans.
I don't like the new voice
It
actor.
does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon the ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well.
It just doesn't feel
Should our foe
like Van
prove
Daniel.
bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like him.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
The other one actually genuinely sounded crazy.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome.
This one just sounds...
Talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
Just like a pompous, pretentious arsehole. Like some rich kid.
No. All else is
Some, yeah, just basically some trust fund.
equally tedious.
Trust fund
equally
brat
disappointing.
that basically just gets everything
Walls
daddy
are tepid
daddy
bog
gives
to
him.
which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills
And thinks
our
he's better than
throats
everyone else.
till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow until the void yawned once more, and then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
So he just wants to fight us so he can die again. And again. And again.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this path
Can Xenos just kill him now?
enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, all the faces incomplete. The setting too was unknown to me, so I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream, too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Can Xenos just chop his head off? Like, I would happily let Xenos take that kill. Keep everything at 100%. Oh, over here. Okay, we're finally starting the level 82 quests. And it will give me a pewter weapon coffer. Okay. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope. I was about to make my way to the studium as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholar Montesine and thank him for coming to our rescue in the Rostra. As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Favnair. Knowing him, he was probably hoping to chew the cud with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Ishtola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Yeah, why not? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphino can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to Phenomenon. During my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studium for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Okay. So, speak with Alize, who is just outside. Okay. And Alphino is just... there we go. Heading out for a stroll. The Scholark himself was here. If that's the case... Oh no, in that case, what are we waiting for? I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studium. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphino of all people worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater no less. Will wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Okay, where's the studium? Like, I'm still new to this expansion. You're just sending me to places and I have no idea where the hell I'm going. Okay, just head over this way apparently. But yeah, I don't like Van Daniel's new voice actor. He is... Yeah, I don't like him. Same as quite a few of the voice actors from Around Reborn were annoying. It is phenomenon. While I expect you made note of it before, one can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? Yes. Well, most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums. It all houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative offices, and so forth. As the centre of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of etherological phenomena, hence the name. Though with ether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then in the 432nd year of the Sixth Astral Era, phenomenon was decreed complete and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in etherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields standing proud as Sharlayan's foremost educational institute. AKA... Am I going to have to hit people? If they start getting pretentious. You always enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same foppish speech. Such is his undying love for his old stomping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated to highest honours in magical arts and etherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Oh, and you both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious scholars. That's you'd say, but Alphino actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honours. And I am certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects, have I ever been in his shadow? If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphino Levier began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of your recent escapades. Hopefully, we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphino, and with a bit of luck, it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholark Monteshane. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices. Unfortunately for us, he's fond of wondering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Okay. Speak with the excitable student. Oh god, they're already fanboying. That was Alphine Olivier, wasn't it? The Alphine Olivier. And he's with his sister, Master Baldessian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epoch-shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word. What? Oh, sorry, you said you're looking for the Scholarch. Yes, knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Aliapo should have a better idea. Where's Aliapo? Ooh. Exchanges. Okay. This is where the crafters are. Got it. So I had to slap Alphino. How the fuck do you guys wander around here? Okay. I am genuinely... okay, here we are. Ki Aliapo. Are you lost? Wander in off the streets, perhaps? No. Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? No. That's telling me an orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with a question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studium? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal with here in the Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Pysa, this. Tongue of Giant Gigantoad, that. It's not to make your hair stand on end, which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish. This being a school of magic and all. And our newest gleaner... as our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. The only thing I'm interested in gleaning is information on the Scholarch's whereabouts. Yeah, I'm going to be sassy. You're pudding. Really? You're not a gleaner, then this was an elaborate ruse. No, wait. Come to think of it, you're... I take it it'll be online relatively soon then, Tillo. If so, hopefully we can get to the second dungeon soon-ish? I hope. Wait, come to think of it, you never actually claimed to be one in the first place. My mistake. He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to make us meet. Go back the way you came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios. Not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Ha! In time, it's taken me to tell you all of this. Skark has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Oh god, it's going to be one of those quests. Oh, that's alright then. It's going to be one of those quests, isn't it? I'm running around to like 50 different places. Level-headed student. Yeah, Scholarch was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next when we parted ways. He went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Have fun, Basil. Have fun, Chile. Monteshane. There we go. here we go.
Ah, I remember you.
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends G.O.S.H and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
Will do. Especially for Alphino.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat.
Well, this should be good to know. Might come in handy later on. I hope. Hopefully, especially in dealing with Fortuno.
We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third?
Corporeal ether?
Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
You would lose the memory?
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
Everyone forgetting the Warrior of Light.
The 7th Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when a new member is inducted and told of our great duty are they subjected to the process. A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean.
Okay.
And our memories drift apart and dissolve.
Why do I feel like...
Rather defeating the purpose, I suppose.
Why do I feel like we're going to have to try and get 9/10 of the Forum to agree to this?
But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable.
And we already know the answer.
Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with K-Thulhu. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
Okay. So we already know that there are certain things that are definitely etched onto our souls, and that we are basically the same soul as a Zem. We already learnt that last expansion. Which means we are already somewhat well versed. In some things. What does this look like? Cast Glamour. Okay, there we go. Okay, so this will give us Pewter Chest Coffer. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the form's true motives, and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came with the intent of expressing my gratitude, and to leave more indebted than before. Or a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with K-Thulhu, as the scholar suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. No, hold on. Where's the exit? Oh, over here. Okay, at least the music is nice over here. Baldessian Annex. Let's go. Oh, Bumble. Where's Graha? Oh, it's in the main hall. Okay, here we go. Let's see what we've actually learned together. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. I expected news of the Warden Seals was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and use the Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limsel and Mincer. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan. Let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Justinian? I didn't realise these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Vitra and the alchemist did a great work, put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? Just as I like to escape the forum's watchful gaze, I've little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consulting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers, as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn, I can feel it, to Limsa Laminsa. Enter the command room in Limsa Laminsa. These prices are horrible. They're really horrible. Okay, so the command room was that way? Yes, this way. So many spouts? Wow, there is actually so many spouts. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seer and the Sultana. Three of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? Yeah, take me up. Why not? My apologies for calling you away from Sharlayan at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honoured and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. It was only right that the discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers. It is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action. We have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask, what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilise their potential to the fullest. During your time in Sharlayan, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts, with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of Kobold, Sahagin, Ixal and Ananta have given rise to an increased number of primals as well. But your triumph in Radzatan has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telothroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first, to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered, robbed of their free will. They served the Telophoroids every whim without question. Oh dear. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Oriange observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Unlike the Tower Zot, which, until the Tower Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telophoroi. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Ishtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on observations inside the Tower Zot, the spires siphon ether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of ether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It would surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that, regardless, once we have uncovered the truth. We'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good. But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you in your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent, considering an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For the people of Garlemald. Couldn't have put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred and Oriange have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you've delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to Ilsabard. Raban and Lord Aymeric are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourself known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs, and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Telophoroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Speak with Raban in the Alamigan Quarter. Oh, these are horrible prices. Why can't I just keep it capped at $9.99? Oh, here's Raban. Let's go. Ah, the Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. should be proud. Those warning scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably no, our role is to organise the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. Between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsabard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Guardians has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. No, you really can't. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I battles on my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. I'd say it's, but Lord Emerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind from knowing Eorzea is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We'll meet again. Oh. Radio exploits travels quickly. From what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do, the Slothroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsabard contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilising the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. I doubt I'll be pleased to see the champion of Eorzea set foot on Garlean soil. A fair point, but as long as you refrain from announcing your arrival to all and sundry, the average person should have no inkling as to your identity. Although your titles and deeds are common knowledge, only a select few would recognise you on sight alone. Perhaps one day they will learn that the Warrior Light is not a demon to be feared, but a man deserving of their trust. Only 55 people in the queue. That's not bad. You should be in within like 2 minutes, tops. Light of Gaius's rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Hey, that's good. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well, I said, might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you. All of you. We're going to Garlemald, boys! I mean, it looks okay, but I mean, it's no rebel coat. Fuck. Okay, I'll apply the glamour when we get to the next area. Pheasant. Okay. I'm curious now. The other members of the Ilsabar contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival, so please make your way inside as soon as you are ready. The remaining members of the Scions. Your friends and most of the Ilsabar contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through? Yes. Yes, please.
By the 12.
Oh, is there a lot of people here? Oh, shit.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia's coming with us?
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. For the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
Did it change her voice actor as well?
Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must. I am Arun.
He has a voice.
Spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Oh, fuck you. What's he doing here?
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hilfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but a promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give 'em a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya, the avatar of destruction.
Have they changed most of the voice actors for Endwalker?
With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabad contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Lord Emanolaine?
Oh god.
Ah, yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Do we have to bring him?
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of daring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea.
Isn't there anybody from the
Allies
Eastern?
from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
It's going to be Yugiri, isn't it?
Would that
It's
be the
Yugiri.
Shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Samurai?
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Oh.
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both.
No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery.
Of course, Sadu is.
And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance.
Of course, Sadu wants to fight everything.
In espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities, which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamiga. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy.
Yeah.
But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Doma. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
This is it. We're finally going to Garlemald.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So, it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
For you guys, maybe. Okay. Speak with Ishtola. So as the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Fortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ulsabad. They'd also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Solothroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defences in Eorzea. Their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the Warden Scales to our comrades. Care to do the honours? Warden Scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battle to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Emperor to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. Now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Aymeric. He would have me put to my extreme knowledge and former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. No, wrong one. There we go. That's Warden Scales, I spy. Not that I want to know what they look like. Okay, let's see. Well, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with ether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves. Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about, which just leads to the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back in the grave where he belongs. Sicard. There you got something for us. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gil or two when this is all over. We'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're thinking. Why didn't they send Einzar instead? What good if I know? All the Admiral and Captain Hilfer told me was I needed someone to help safeguard the future. And here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humour. For some of you might be wondering what a good pirate is on dry land, in the middle of the sun and snow of all places. Well, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing. So let's set sail, or however the saying goes on airships. Arun Senna? Is that all he has to say? So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. Under normal circumstances, I would not be allowed to travel outside the Twelveswood. The Odyssey here, however, has granted me special permission. She has bid me lend my magics to the people of Garlemald, while learning all I can of their ways. In so doing, I will come close to understanding myself and my place in the world, or so she says. I say it is past time our allies benefited from the power at a Seedseer's disposal. Some bemoan that we hide our light under a bushel, and I intend to address that criticism. And Serena. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans. We had to keep these close at all times, yes? I'll see that no one misplaces theirs. And before I forget, I have a message from Hian. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Dolma, like much of Ophard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet, while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Hian and Yugiri labour without rest to unite the people, and with their aid, will we keep the enemy at bay. And we at a step, and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Give a warding scale to Maxima. You have a warding scale for me too? Thank you for this, and for going to so much incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice if I may. You've been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsabad, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I'll be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I'll leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us proceed to the Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Here we go. We're about to go. This is our last chance to make ready. Oh, I forgot that was on. Nearly about Oriange and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Sinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armour, and since he spent a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no doubt in his words. Most of yours will be borrowing Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. I've only had time to find something to my liking. Oh, God. Is it Taru? Hark, is that the cry of a signs in need of a tailor I hear? Yep, it's Taru. Of course it's Taru. But how? I have my ways. Oh, yes. Yeah, and this is clearly Taru's entire persona here. Even our Taru. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsabad without telling me? Ah, nothing escapes my notice. Now, you will wear these garments I made for you whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Ah, I did have one other thing to share. Egmus and Blumwida have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while, to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at the headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Sharlian. Oh no, you can keep crowd company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there. And I heard Egmus and Blumwida did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, with nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Sharlayan. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter woolies, handcrafted by yours truly. North Sea coat. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, where is... There she is. Tataru. Tataru is desperately trying to retain her composure as she prepares to see you off on another perilous journey. I'm being told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Right, this is where we go our separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? You too, Taru. Here we go. Onwards to Garlemald. It's an honor to finally meet you. We at the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. You are ready to depart? I will ready the engines. Upon boarding the airship, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view the scenes in their entirety. In addition, you will be required to participate in battle. Your progress will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. Let's proceed. Okay, here we go.
Ilsabard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Possibly.
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald. The very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Huh. So he actually does have eyes.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies.
I guess I'm in the vanguard.
As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Oh, okay. I was expecting to be in the vanguard, but okay.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Spectacular fashion as possible. Okay. I want to see this.
Woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. A blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well.
Fair plan. Fair enough.
Wish you the best of luck.
Okay.
Keep your wits about you.
It's tough. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count. Must be losing my touch.
I feel like I messed up. Okay, wait for him to move. Ah, okay. Whew. Okay. I almost fucked up big time in this. How long do they stay down for?
Must be losing my touch.
Damn it. So you can't get rid of these at all. Other than that way. Okay. No. Whew. Okay. You go back. There's a good one. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Hurry, 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 hurry. That's a hide and send a word. Well, we're here. Just... There we go.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control tower. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
Okay. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Okay, there we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Whew. Why did you have to start moving at that point? Okay. So wait for that to pull up to here. Then start its moving. And then we should be good. Come on, quick. Hurry. Whew. Okay. Resistance fire. Okay, let's go. We're nearly there. You're not playing Metal Gear Solid.
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Okay, let's set the fireworks off then.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
Here we go. Now it's my time.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The
That's never a good
Vanguard should be
sign.
engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right. But
oh no.
wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Oh no, you don't. Oh wait, that's a new one. Oh, will you piss off?
frostbite, but stay alert.
No, it's not. There's still more fighting.
The carriage is safe.
Madeleine, bloody buckle up. Okay. Will you piss off? I'm trying to fight here.
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
Okay, I'm here. Well, this is certainly an easier fight than I thought it would be. Oh no. Come on, you big bastard. We can do this.
You lot all right back there?
I think that's everything.
I'm ready for more.
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
Join the Vanguard, okay. So they're sending me up to actually fight in the Vanguard now. Okay. I'm down with that.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
Am I going to fight as a Stinian now?
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up.
I like the new animation for actually unsheathing my weapon now.
There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
Wait, hold on. Pippin is now a Dark Knight? When did Pippin become a Dark Knight?
We have them now! Forward!
I legit... When did Pippin become a Dark Knight?
As a raging bull!
Come on. I don't care about the ones around me. I'm going to hit the ones attacking Lucia first. I can deal with the hits. There's something big coming. Okay, let's do this. Oh, I was kind of lucky with that one. Oh, okay. No, that's perfectly fine. No, don't run towards me.
Is everyone alright?
Yes, I'm alright. Whoever that was. Lena. Lise. Whoever. Okay. Oh god, this is gonna be a long one. Well, we're finally pushing into Gala mode now, so... Oh, okay. Run away. Yeah, you can stay in your own AoE. That's fine. All we need to worry about, those guys can take down the ads. I am focusing. That's a lot of hexagons.
Tremble before the sun!
Oh, we did it. Okay. I'll take that.
A worthy adversary. Rest,
Yep.
recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan?
It's doing fine.
Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Oh. Oh no. That's not good.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. 800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, They clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solace single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution.
So we're learning about the...
How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum?
So we're learning about
Once
the
a common,
beginnings of the Empire then.
soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
I hate
Consider
Bursty
the
Bubble.
question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
Broken glass. Okay. Let's attune to the Aetheryte. What did I get for that? Nothing. Okay, I will be right back. I'm going to quickly take a bio break. Quickly take my clothes out the washing machine, put them in the dryer, and have grab a quick smoke, and then we'll be right back. So, see you in about 5 minutes. And back. Okay. Next person. Alphino. Despite the obstacles we've faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss a course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Ishtola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alizé and I will meet you there. Okay. Where is Ishtola? Over here. A meeting. Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon, jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the tower Zot, only far more terrifying, ether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. Speak with Graha here. Okay, Archon. Arian. Let's speak with Graha. Pleased to know that most of the Tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. Documents may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I will make my way there. Speak with Lucia. So we have a Junkmonger, a Mender, Delivery Moogle. Where's Lucia? Lucia. Can I do glamour plates here? No. Okay. Lucia's in here. Okay. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine.
Oh.
Once we've cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations.
Probably for the
Of course,
best.
I will require a porksy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Should have plenty.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next.
He has a point.
My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
And let me guess, we're going to go and get the parts.
We've made our presence known to the Telopheroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
Oh no, we are definitely above their notice. They'd know that I'm here.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmatian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace.
So do I get to go into the Imperial Palace now?
We'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rime. I would have you search the area for survivors.
Okay.
Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
You say keen sense of direction. Yeah, that's not happening. If there are any survivors, we'll surely find them.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
So they keep going on about the Fury. Got to be good. If it's this cold with Tartu's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when we next meet. It makes me realise too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. Manlane is, as usual, milling about aimlessly. What's ho, chums? But, been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like rather a tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Eblan Rime for survivors. What's Wunderbrand Icefields on the off chance you'll find someone? You'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends. I know just the spot to begin our search. Okay. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humour him. Okay, so it's not that far. What is that? It's a Ceruleum Sprite. Ooh. The hell is that? I spy with my little telescope. Nothing. A massive sheep thing. Maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Is that an ether current? Ah, no, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. Below, what do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. Survivor? Show me. Over there, behind that tree, it looks like she's running away from something. But surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here, unless she had a telescope like mine. What I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should still be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. It's actually very thoughtful, thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honour demands I do no less. And lest we not forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. Here we go. Footprints in the snow. We head that away. And then they run to where Alize and Elfino are. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first, we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? It's a very long search. The girl in the green dress actually surveys her surroundings. If we just call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to her location. It would be safe to get closer first. We must do so without drawing her attention. Stand behind here. It's because she turns around to take a look. This doesn't seem creepy at all. No. Oh, she's going to stop around here. The Eblin Rhyme. Okay, get behind this rock. Those beasts spot me, I'm done for. Okay. Again, I feel like I need to stay behind this tree. I hope my luck holds. Gotta keep going that all the... Oh, there's more. Just a little farther. Oh, are you kidding me? I hate following missions. Must be imagining things. You stay over there. Catch the breath. I hate these sort of missions. Okay, up there. Okay, duty complete. Phew, still in one piece. Whew. Oh, just sort quests. Who are you? It's about this house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. No, you won't. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alize. And a good friend, Evandil. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you, or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. Slothroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who have been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. Are we able to escape the Slothroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Licinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your howls are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Huh. You have family here. Is this your home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was. But now me and a few others are borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. Just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were. The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help, can you? Of course, whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. Ooh, okay. This is everyone. Licinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that's too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alize? We'll have a fire burning in no time. Maybe we'll build it under that gazebo. The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, do as you will. Oh. Well, we're getting there. Somewhat. Pewter leg gear coffer. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping this might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We're planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? They have radios here? Can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now will be a good occasion to make use of Amanalane's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Okay, let's hand one over. Warming tincture. I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened, it's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meagre protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot run for a lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulean Ingens is full of the stuff. But all the good it does us, no one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well, yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? 'Twas a joke, a joke. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fall. We are the blessed damned, to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the dishevelled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash, as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, and offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Despondent refugee. What do you want? Yeah, warm yourself up. A tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it? We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular, made of quality components crafted with the finest ore. Sourced from Locus Amurnus, it is. Not all that's useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like the others. Because all we've been hearing is the same music, being played over and over again. Home Beyond the Horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amurnus. We may have founded an empire in the frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. It is a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy faking his murder. He must have foreseen the catastrophe and chose to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Vars would not be defeated so easily. Hate to break it to you. But he's dead. What's that? This is what you gave the others. Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Okay. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Vigilia's troops heading towards the Magnaglacies a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Vigilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magnaglacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships? Then there might be a way to... Senior, where is everyone? Oh, there's somebody else. Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You're just reimagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Elmisty has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you have a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there. People whose jobs was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange, lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be a way to pay the tappers. Ceruleum you need, then ceruleum you'll get. Thank you so much. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However, you decide to head there, please be careful. You know, I've actually yet to see this fly, so I might do that soon. So I need to head over to the tappers area. And I'll make them give up whatever ceruleum they can offer. Burly Tapper. You guys there, how did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? If the purebloods over at Victor's Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes, but they could come waltzing in here demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Looks like the boot's on the other foot and now the capital's gone to shite. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, Sellsword. If you think we'll give you into intimidation, they've got another thing coming. I suppose I should. Here we go. There you are. So after you left, Dicinia asked me to go and catch up with you, in case you needed a hand. Someone was to let slip that I've a little experience in transporting bowers of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. We're going to have to fight the other guy in here. Who are you? What's happened to the guards? The Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess. None of you are Garlean. You were brought here from the other lands. Yerabania, Yangsha, Bolja, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life, or to be put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of Arm, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the odd hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ingens, still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We are experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if it's frozen over? Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful if they're interested. We'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, we carry on living here. Why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we manage to get back to our homelands, there'll be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire. All knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald, as we knew it, is gone for good. Gone for good. Oh. Speak with Alizé. Oh. Get your fucking bird out of the way. Regardless of what the ill-sabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life has been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what are the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. But now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. At the end of the trail, Jack is amenable to making a deal. So you come seeking ceruleum, have you? What, those purebloods up at Victor's Spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help, they must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. Sister, but we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. So it's a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister a secret from us. But we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Yeah, we'll figure it out once we get back. For now, let's make our way back. Well, hopefully avoiding all of these. I'm waiting for it. 3, 2... Oh, no. Okay. Never mind. God, we are so close. 1.4 million. And we can finally put this leveling... we can finally get to level 83. That person's doing what I think they're doing. They're about to have to head all the way back. Yep. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire. But they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house. Will you search outside? They can't have gone far. Oh dear. What happened? They asked me to help carry supplies. When I followed them back here, they attacked me. Put me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are, waiting in the wings for us to show weakness. Then in you swoop. Here to help, what's rot, all a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get you revenge? You're wrong, that's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later, we've got bigger problems. Found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true, Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours, and if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill, the empty bottles prove it, so the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from us? But only protecting from you guys. You invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them. since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. Cannot see how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Okay, Alphino, just don't do anything stupid. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out here, so that's where we'll start. Don't do anything stupid, Alphino. Two sets of fresh footprints, young women judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. Okay, up this rise. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts. And I can only imagine how hard it must be for our ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. I'm good, thanks. I'll join a fate later. Oh no. Oh no. The bloodstain in the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. Trail of blood leads southwest. She's killed her sister. I've seen you end up killing her sister. It's the only conclusion I can come to. Two bodies are already cold. Fucking knew it.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked.
And they're dead.
No. safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
Fuck's sake.
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it. But Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all.
There, maybe.
I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders.
To be fair, Garlemald did invade the other regions first.
But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
There must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Cute fuck coffer. We have already caused enough harm here. Let's return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them, someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia, and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. I knew something bad was going to happen. Always fucking does. As I now know, Tommy, you finished a preliminary search for survivors. But refrain from saying much more than that. I don't want to say.
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory. And that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the 3rd Legion's coffers, but the 1st as well.
It would seem so. Though the Popularis determined that the 1st Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you.
Oh, okay.
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
Wait, hold on. Is this the...
I think we do.
Is this the one that we didn't actually see die from the Crystal Braves? Or two of them that we didn't see die?
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
Okay, maybe not.
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Julius Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
Invaders? You're the one who invaded
We are
the
not
rest
here
of the
to
world.
invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe.
Fluffroy.
Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I'll go.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
So it's me
not
and...
the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I'm going with them.
can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Will do.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
When it loads, there we go. There we go. So where are we heading? Oh, speak with Lucio again. You'll be received as invited guests, or so. I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. I'm good in particular will be worried sick if you're gone too long, but if you watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it as an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. Okay, where are we going? Julius. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. But over that hill and follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alize and he's Alphino. And last but not least, there's Erendil. Erendil, where have I heard that name before? No matter, Alphino and Alize will watch the road ahead, while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers. So you're to run, not saunter. Run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Okay, let's go. Oh god, why is it gotta be one of these quests? Okay. Station, the station. Oh, it's literally just right up here. Okay. We best not draw attention. Huh, what the fuck is that horned guy sitting over there? Oh, and of course he gets attacked straight away. Oh, it's a Jotun. That's not an ice giant. That's not a Jotun. Well, he's not a true Jotun. Okay, we should be here. This is it, the first stop. that is. Good. It looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, stop here so I can check your check for pursuers. It doesn't appear as you've kept your side of the bargain. We can carry on. Not the station, Reggio d'Amorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off. Understood? Okay, let's properly... Not exactly in the warmest clothes. From here we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. They will try to avoid detection. The chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I'll lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. I see why your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody when we administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people, they're beyond saving. Those who fought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. Remember what I said, these people deserve only death. I said my hand before only out of desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. We say keep following the railway. Okay, look what they've become. Would you still stand here and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to vast quantities of primal ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. I'm assuming it's just straight up here. Yeah, I can't just ride up. Okay. We're almost there. You kept your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine. This way. I'm going to rock up in style. This is Tertian, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. Always sent the twins ahead. I'm with you soon. So wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. And they're going to try and capture us. Theodora. Okay, let's see how it goes. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it is not the easiest place to live. If Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Brokenglass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold, much like Victor's spoils. It must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. Yeah, let's see what this guy has to say.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir.
I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We
I
will
knew
not
it.
resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
In the coldest, blackest of nights, meagre though it may be, we must share in the warmth of our fire, because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
And I believe that should be the end of the 82 quest line. And I believe that is a yes. So I'm now level 83. No, still 82. Julius has his orders, unpleasant though they may be. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars. Nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We know who to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shocklers will be the last of your worries, understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of the situation. Above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish. Even outside the camp, I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphen and Alazay will pay the price. Okay, so. You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that Aetheryte. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans for Garleans, could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the Aetheryte's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Sabinianus. Oh, okay, he's cold. Marcellinus. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? Wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... Oh. Damn tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Vigilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio, then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. You can call this a mercy, mind intact, but body broken. A soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. I could say the same for you. The radio is the same model as the one at Victor's spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Batavia? It's not the same name as the Legatus. It's you, Erndil Sir Nylon. I served under the Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the nights the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them, my comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens, as though they were nothing to you. Maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. Did you learn anything of note? No. And you'll find this consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at great risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realise there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Blavius. Is that my eyes? I can't see all that well. Oh, thank you. The numbers have subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognise that they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him. Though we'd need to persuade Julius first. Well, seen enough. Yeah, somewhat. Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the others soldiers been able to procure any? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the events they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is a greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. The ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. I think will change. Those mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume? Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telothroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realised. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telothroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. Now do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. They need help now. Say the word, and we will bring you ceruleum. Oh, I just realised I was muted. God damn it. Okay, so we head out here, turn left, and we should be there. And then turn right, and there's an ether current as well. Nice. Let's speak to Alad. That's a lot of disabled Magitech. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. The park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Zosgelvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I decided to try one more time, in case something has been overlooked. I see then, with your permission, we will commence a search. Well, first things first, I am going to go up. Map of Storm Solius. Let's get the ether current. Okay, so it said some key areas were marked on my map, but apparently not. A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, as Julius said. Children's slide. The contraption is built in the style of an Imperial war machiner, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations, but on close inspection, appears to be no more than a children's slide. I wonder. Hold on. Ah! I was hoping we could just slide down it. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. Though rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play as a shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other device that would be fueled by ceruleum. Speak with Julius. Let me up. Maybe there's some in the lake. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any cerulean. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I can't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? But yes, I mean, no, It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over. It's like all other children, you just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't have. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be stopping wet when all was said and done every time. And every time when we get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a cerulean-powered heater by chance. I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath a hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold though. Julius, what's your thoughts on magic? The average Guardian would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alphinae, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of a fire should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. Tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake, like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after. But that's insane. So, fancy a dip? Yeah, sure, why not? Might as well. Last one to find the ceruleum tank is a rotten egg. Though I dare say we'll both smell like rotten eggs when this is over. You have into the murky water but come up empty-handed, and to add insult to injury, the ice wind on your damp clothing chills you to the bone. Oh, okay. Come on, pick it up. Yes, there we go. I'm holding nothing. But a grand discovery comes at great personal cost. Become acutely aware of the freezing cold and the rancid odour radiating from every ilm of your body. Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. That's what you get. Did you find anything? I hope you did. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. Ah, the fire's still not ready. Hold on. I'll give Alphino a hand. Call me an Uldan, because by fire I am reborn and my clothes are mostly dry now. Appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Turn is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire, awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all of the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Grey clouds gave way to blue skies some mornings. We'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find and watch the sun rise. Never again those rooftops of rubble, those friends dead, and those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had. Soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. All that's left is I just need the head. Hey, we're finally on 83. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search, just outside the park. Just down here, automated satellite. And of course I've got to go past the satellite. And boom. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machinima. War machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tank from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prise them apart piece by piece, it will be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you stand clear, well clear, to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering though, you should check the machine's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading, even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. And so let's get to work. Once the ceruleum gauge is empty. Soon engaging the unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way to determine how much it holds. Yeah, why not? After successfully moving the war machines out, casing and retrieving the sealing tank, you find it to be completely empty. Oh, will you piss off? Okay, here we go. Broken, giving you no way to determine. Ah, it's empty. Okay. Check over here. There's a couple of pieces. Yeah, why not? Still half full. Okay. So I'll just get rid of the explosive. Okay, got it. More explosives. Wait, is that what I think it is? Yes, have some ceruleum. You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait, while I go and see how Alizé and Elfin are faring. Oh, I thought he was going to say something else.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Oh. Hello, Thancred.
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of our scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside.
Ah, okay.
When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel.
So, something is going on.
And perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for.
Maybe. I don't think it is going to be the opportunity, though.
Camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, This will all be over soon. Until then.
Okay.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
Yep.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Yep, let's head back. And let's put an end to this, once and for all.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
I wish.
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
That's very true. Which is why you need to start getting them healed. Get the Chirurgans here. I thought we already went over this.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
Wait, what?
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
That bastard.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
Is the 10th already here? But I mean, they need to heat up.
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Maybe not.
Finished your war, Council?
Something bad's about to happen. All of these Galleons are about to die.
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Fuck's sake. I knew Quintus was going to be a bastard about this.
Get them out of here.
So, Van Daniel. Their father. Now Quintus. And Xenos. Oh, I got a long list of people building up that I want to kick the asses. I want to kick their ass. Half an hour's alley will be fine, providing they do not resist. You accompany back to your camp, where I'll meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before I depart, however, there is something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, supplies I surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionaries Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters and inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the Eel for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. You again. That's the Isle, he said. So that's to be the way of it after all of this. Ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. Those are my orders, and so be it, for the glory of Garlemald. What do you want with me? Ask the Isle. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew you would understand. That he would recognize the savage is a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready, in the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald. I will fulfill my duty. Oh, as for you, Quintus. Where the fuck are you? You in here? I will get my revenge on you, Quintus. Even if I have to literally kill you with my own hands. There's only so much I can do until we are able to procure more medicine. We cannot safely move the injured, and what little provisions we do have are spent keeping both us and the survivors warm. Have you done as instructed? What do you mean by ask the Isle? Nobody should divulge that. What I can say is, you have no cause for concern if our demands are met. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter. A place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. See, he's actually slowly became a much nicer person. Someone that I can actually get behind. And genuinely feel like, yeah, okay, at least he's not a bastard about everything. Quintus, on the other hand, no, fuck Quintus. That bastard will have what's coming to him. Julius lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. Is he going to point out to us where Alizé and Elfno are being kept?
This is my home.
Okay.
Our home.
Oh.
At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate.
Oh dear.
When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to.
Oh no.
I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped.
Fucking hell.
I promised.
You can still make it up to him though.
The Garlean flag bears a chain. The bonds between our countrymen.
So that's what that means.
A red link at its center. The blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do. It's so cold. Painfully so. Unbearably. I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule.
Well, maybe if they weren't arseholes about it.
Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too.
Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telopheroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital...
Fingers crossed, hopefully it won't take that long.
Words and deeds, you'll lead the way. There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying.
This is a very long cutscene.
It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives.
This is a very long cutscene.
Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Hey, there we go. Oh, pardon me.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
There we go.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush! More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
Oh, okay.
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted. leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have
Whoa.
the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Well, he can't carry on.
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Is he gonna kill himself? Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it, man.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a
It's too
chance
late.
that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Just waiting for the inevitable gunshot. This is a very long cutscene. Oh. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't normally fall forward like that. Because he took the shot that way, his head would have lurched backwards. So he would have fell backwards and slumped against the wall. Much and more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Hey, I finally get a headpiece. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and their position of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic. Perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go Julius back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Have an Eliza and the scout sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I will also leave our other comrades in the area, lend their support should it be needed. Understood. God, the fact that I couldn't use the Aetherite because they wouldn't allow me to activate it means I have to go this way. Why are you running, buddy? I don't know why he's running. Ah, fuck it, we're gonna go straight past the Jotun. Come on. Okay, you don't care. Okay. The fuck are you anyway? Some squid thing? Okay, nearly there. Shouldn't be too much longer. We'll cut along underneath the cerulean pipes. Ice trap. I do not want to be the person who discovers... Okay, there we go. I won't want to be Julius. Okay, here's Alizé. Okay. Erndil and Euless. We are just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the... oh. I hit the wrong button. No. No, he wouldn't. Banquet and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course, shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, oh no. He's about to snap. I have just, this moment, spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and Sanders be damned, we just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. Oh no. No, calm down. It'll be fine. Don't do anything brash. Sabianus? Where's Sabianus? Where's Sabianus? Oh, it's you. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. There's a chance I might see them again. I'll take it, so take me with you, please. Kaiso? Well, got the Aetheryte sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Laterum is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Oh, good. So I can attune. Finally. Okay, speak with Flavius. Well, I know for a fact Spurius is probably going to be staying here. Ah, it's you. One who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning, until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. Speak with Alphino. Let's get in here. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. It should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Laments and friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet back at our camp. Come on, Orion. Or Arion, or however you pronounce that. So we'll start here and then we'll sort of slowly work our way around. I will come back to deal with that one. Right, so I'm going to quickly nip for a smoke. Then when we come back, we will finish these set of quests and fingers crossed, hopefully get to the next dungeon before we have to jump off. So, be right back. Yeah, not exactly hard hitting, that's for sure. So they want me to check for tempered around here. And then I'll work my way around to each of the other points. Fingers crossed, hopefully shouldn't be that much. It's like a deer. Ah, here we are. It's up this hill. So I'll cross over and we shall see. Oh, okay. Not exactly what I was expecting. Okay, come on. You can die now. Come on. Okay. Nothing here. So we'll continue along to... Oh, so they just charge up in as we go. Okay. The runaway train. It'll be ended by the time we get to our next position, most likely. And there we go. Come on. And I'm assuming use this on him. Okay. Next is over this way. Fingers crossed, hopefully won't take that long to get to the next point. I'm assuming they've pretty much done this in a way to make sure that we are actually exploring and not just jumping all over the place. Okay, survey. Let's bring out whatever is here. Okay, nothing. Arian. And we'll cross over to the last one and get this last Imperial. And bring him back to the camp. And then we should, in theory, be good. You stay there. Giant sheep, cow, bull thing. Okay. use the Conqueror's Chain. Really? I had to be this close to him. Speak with Thancred, who is just along the pathway. Try and avoid getting the attention of whatever these things are. Which I think might be hard with this one at the very top. Especially because he's heading straight for where Thancred is. Can you turn, please? Can you turn? Thank you. Please. Thank you. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The Tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under our control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind apprising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting phase, but I'll say that for later. First things first and all that. Okay. There we go. Oh. Getting a little laggy. Ah, Evandil. I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What are the refugees? I am told some were accepted to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate the situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. Jews who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any of the refugees. Perfectly notwithstanding, after all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under direct orders of the Legatus, and that following his suicide they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man, or his heart, his reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. That looks like it would look really cool if it wasn't for the fact that I can't wear it. I seem curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence, quite well as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal awaiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. Believe that we're capable of welding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask that you seek out Ishtola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. No. Why you gotta stand on the NPC? Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. Well, what are the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with, between the Tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes, we mustn't waver. but it's enormous we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing invite disaster. Okay, settle down for a restful supper. Hey, Flute. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm hoping this is voiced. Good. Just been busy with work.
Is that all of them?
I think that should be everyone.
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
Okay, good. At least we have everyone here.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
Hopefully.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
No. We're still at 83. We're only at the level 83 quest so far, so...
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Yeah, story's really good.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
Oh god, there's gonna be a fight.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge rat.
Here we go.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it. I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
But the first time I've ever seen a Garlean cry.
I know this is not a dream, and yet...
Oh, we're storming the
I felt
capital
the same
soon.
way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea, the Ilsabard contingent, we owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
As to why we often don't have the luxury of choice. Well, we often don't.
Indeed. We can but do our utmost to unite these disparate peoples and lead them to victory.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
Are we going to the moon soon enough, I hope? No, it's blue. Something's about to happen, though. Oh, is that about to... Oh, no. Oh no.
They are being tempered. The talismans. Quickly.
Get to Julius.
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short.
I hate this new Daniel.
I shall begin the preparations.
Why does this remind me of Metal Gear Solid 1, the torture scene?
It is time for you to awaken.
Wait, what?
Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh. So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing.
I want to kill him. Can I kill him now?
We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject. And permit you to go on a righteous rampage instead of partaking in this delicious meal? I think not.
I want my body back.
I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord.
And I don't care. Give me back my body.
When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Ah, exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course.
Wait.
As you have observed firsthand,
Varus is back?
Calamity has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima.
Wait, what?
It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of anima itself. An ingenious design.
So is Varus?
Would you not agree, my lord?
I'm pretty sure no. Xenos would hate that.
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria.
No. You're just a crazy person.
As I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star.
Because that's my job. Like, there's no other reason. And stop mad people like you.
The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter.
Now I'm contemplating how I'm going to kill you.
I have only just begun.
And how slow and painful I'm going to make
Will you
it.
not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost his appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself. Or together.
Wait, what? I have to fight myself?
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
That's not good. Something's about to happen. Something bad.
Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making his way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this...
I'm gonna kill you. I am going to kill you, Fandaniel. It's the last thing I do. Come on.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Small sack. Come on. Yeah, I don't think I'm going that way. Oh, this is bad. Shit. How much further have we got until we get to... Okay. Well, somehow I need to get out of this area. And I don't know where to go. God damn it. Come on, if I can just get into this. Right, that's just waiting to be ambushed. Rect Magitek Reaper, come on, come on, come on. Please be in here. Damn it. Come on, please be on this guy. No. Come on, turn. You know what? I haven't got time for this. Just go down already. Please. Oh, are you kidding me? And I can't even fucking use the Etherite. Damn it. Fuck. Come on. No, fuck off. Just piss off. You're just slowing me down. Are you kidding me? Sit in one of the buildings. Oh, fuck off. Let's do that. Come on. Come on, 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 come on. Whew. Yeah, I can't do anything. Why can't I attack? Are you kidding me? So I'm going to die because it wouldn't let me attack. Are you kidding me? Really? I am skipping these cutscenes again because I'm not sitting through all of that again. Hold on, did I select the wrong one? Okay, yeah, come on, come on.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, it would perhaps be prudent to
Shut the hell up, Van Daniel.
scurrying about like a rodent.
Alright, so I first need to head over here to the immobilized Magitech Reaper. Just cleared away for us to be able to quickly make our way back. Grab as many medkits as we can. Okay, so yeah, we are going to have to go round here. Magitech Slicer. Okay. Cut through the building. Okay, maybe not. Okay, yes we can. Well, while I'm on our way back, I'm going to quickly check the Deceased Imperial here. Oh, I could have just gone round. Okay. Never mind. I didn't realize I could have just gone round. Like an idiot. Auto heal penalty. Okay. Sort of. I have taken something to help reduce that. So. Okay. Quickly refuel this. Run into here. Let's mount up. Come on, I can do this. Okay, is that it? Is that everything? No, apparently not. Okay, now I can disembark. Please help. Okay. Emblem Bear. Okay. Quick, get in, get in, get in. Oh. That's not good. That's not good. Okay. I have to crawl? Are you kidding me? What?
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
I don't like this.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Eulus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the...
Oh, he's about to show up. Just not me.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw him leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
Yeah, because I got
While I know full well he can
abducted.
handle himself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Well, time to call off the search.
Somebody's about to die.
Case closed.
That's him. Over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive his presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Just your instinct, Ishtola.
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now, all's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go.
I am so looking forward to killing him.
But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I've yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective.
Oh.
Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them, heedless of the delay, predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether, and then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles.
So it was Anima that was the sound which kickstarted the final days.
The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days.
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake.
Not if I have anything to say about it.
All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
Oh no. No. I'll kill you.
For upon
But don't
my
worry.
life's wheel wind too many
Won't be with
threads
rage.
of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. He's awake.
Am I back in my own body? Thank God. Whew. At least that's back to normal. So I'm not dead yet.
I am pleased to report you are very much alive.
Everything in working order?
Should be.
That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly.
I'll be fine.
A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Fandaniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
And I hope we can kill Vandaniel and Xenos there. You're certain you're well. Nothing out of place, no missing bits. Good. Though I won't promise the same for Vandaniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Whether these are the final days or no, this ends now. Okay, so... it is 8:16. Let me take a quick look. And see who is currently streaming. So it's 6:16, not 8:16. 6:16. So we will hand off to somebody else because we are now 15 minutes over the end of the stream time. We'll pick up with the story Sunday. And I think I know who to hand over to. We're going to raid my friend Hashi. So, everyone have a good night, and I will catch you later.